Okay, good morning. Good morning. My name is Steve Prater. I'm the chairman of the Committee on Parole for today. We're at the headquarters in Baton Rouge. To my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. To my right is Mr. Danny Barra. The staff here at headquarters, if you would introduce yourselves, please.
Sure. Williams.
Okay, that's the staff here. The time is 9:05 right now, and the date is February the 13th. And you are, from what I understand, you're at Raymond Laborde, and would you introduce yourself to us?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Prater, Warden Marcus Myers.
Okay.
Deputy Warden Nikki Shinbear. Raven Heath classification.
Trent Bria, Records Department.
Jeremy. Okay. Okay, nice to see y'all, and thank you for being accommodating us today in this hearing. Let's see, Mr. Jeremy Ervin, is that you seated there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Ervin, today is all about you. We're gonna give you an opportunity to tell us what you expecting of us, what you'd like us to do, and why we should do that. We're gonna give you a chance to convince us of that, and then one of us in particular is gonna lead the question of you. And then we're going to hear, of course, before that, we're going to hear from one of your supporters that's here, Mr. Sean Shepard. He's here to support you. We'll hear what he's got to say, and then we'll ask you some questions, and then we'll make our decision. You got all that straight?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. And what is your DOC number?
389956.
Okay. All right. All right, well, we'll go ahead then and get started. Since it's about you, let's hear what you got to say.
In 2012, I was charged with 7 counts of felony carnal knowledge of a juvenile. In 2016, I was found guilty and sentenced to 10 years. For my charge, for my actions, I'm very sorry. I judged myself. I lived real deep within myself to find peace for what I'd done, because what I'd done was very horrible. And it hurt me every day to live, to know that I hurt somebody, I hurt a family as bad as I hurt them. And in that time period, I lost my mom, and it seemed like my world just fell completely apart. And I hated myself even more because I lost everything that I've ever wanted in life in such a small period of my life. And one day I awoke and said, man, this is not what my life should be. I should have took better control of my thoughts, my actions that led me to this. And as my mom would always say, that you were better than this. So every day I took something that my mom would tell me, and I would remember it, and I would hold on to it, and I would take a step forward to better understand why I was here, what I could do for myself while I'm here, and be a more mature person with my actions. And in that process, I've woken in myself a desire to want to live, to want to be a happy person, to want to help and not hurt. And I've applied myself to the best of my ability here to learn tools that I could use on a daily basis to help myself, to go forth, to look at high-risk situations and be able to know who I can talk to, know what I should do, and knowing how to keep a cool head in situations that I have no control over. And for my actions, I would like to say that I'm sorry to my victim. I'm sorry for what I did. Words can't take back my actions. And I hope that what I've done has not taken that light from her, but has given her peace to know that I'm trying to better myself. I'm trying to do everything I can to be a better person. And every day I try. To my family, I'm sorry for letting them down. I was trusted and I failed them. The community, I was offered a very generous plea bargain, and I turned it down, and I forced everybody to deal with what I was going through instead of stepping up, just taking my charge, taking what I've done and the responsibility for what I've done. And I'm sorry. I thank y'all for this opportunity. I stand truly a changed person today. A lot has happened in these years that has passed, and I stand deeply saddened and happy that I am a better person. I'm sad for where I come from, and I'm happy that I can use it to better myself every day. I thank y'all for this opportunity.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate the words, and somebody, Mr. Tillis will be asking some questions in a few minutes when we turn it over to him. Warden, what kind of record are we dealing with here?
Well, Mr. Prater, you know, Jeremy, he's done well since he's been here with us. He hasn't had a write-up. He's only had one write-up, which is, you know, commendable. That was back in 2018. So many years ago, and he received just a verbal reprimand for that. You know, since his last hearing, you know, we recommended at his last hearing, he needed more programming, because he did. And you know, I'm happy to report that he has completed many things since his last hearing in February of 21. He's completed, all phases of the risk management. He's completed victim impact, which I think is very important, was very important. And he's completed that. He's completed living in balance, our substance abuse program, both phases of that, inside out dads, thinking for a change. He's worked hard in these last couple of years. So, you know, I have to commend him for that. And he hasn't been a problem here. My only concern that I would note to the board, we talked about this yesterday in my meeting with him. You know, he does not have a residency plan right now approved, which we know is a requirement and he will need. And he really has, you know, right now, no job opportunities. He hasn't been able to secure anything of that nature. So, you know, naturally, I would recommend, no matter the board's decision today, we need those things, especially the residency plan. Considering his choice.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. We appreciate that. Sean Shepherd, would you go to the podium, please, sir, and talk to us and tell us in 3 minutes or less what you, we don't mean to rush you, but we have to keep these hearings as they're going, and tell us why you think that Jeremy is qualified to be out.
Okay, well, I know Jeremy. I married his mom in 2006, but I know him for more than 30 years. He's a good-hearted person. The main reason that I came here to speak to this residency plan and all of that, I'm a chemical engineer. We were in South Africa. I married his mom. We lived in South Africa when he got out, and all this stuff started. I really regret that I wasn't here to help him get on track for that. But like I said, I'm a chemical engineer. For over 35 years with the company, I had the resources to make it happen. I owned some properties. That was the previous residence plan, was to get him out on one of those. Since he didn't get out the last time, we would kind of go back to that plan. He has, as well as a support network in Lake Charles, 3 brothers. One of them owns an environmental services company, so he will be able to get employment through that. He also has an aunt who cares for him very much. I mean, I think this time he's gone as far as he can inside of the system. He's taken as much of these classes as he can. I speak to him every Sunday. He works out. He very much cares about his physical health. He's working in the garment factory. He's going as far as he can inside of the system. I will give you my word that we will get him a plan. He can stay with me for a little while till we get him set up. I got a vehicle, get him a job. I came here to give you the other chance.
We thank you for that. Thank you for being the kind of friend you are and whatever to him. Okay, that's all. We don't have any other questions, I don't think of. Okay, Mr. Tillis, this is assigned to you, I believe, and would you
Yes.
lead the interview?
Good morning, Mr. Jeremy.
Good morning.
How are you? Tell me, I saw where you took about 26 classes. Which class impressed you the most?
The victim impact. I would say the victim impact because I was struggling to get in that class, and I actually wrote several letters asking for influence to be able to get into the class. Because I wanted the class because something inside me changed, and I wanted to hold myself more accountable, and I needed to find out how. And that's what I expected out of that class, to hold myself accountable for my actions. And in the class, I learned how that what I did not only affected me, but affected so many other people. And there's a bigger part of me that wants to bring awareness to. It happens so much that I didn't even realize it. That crimes are in every minute to every second to every hour, there's so many crimes happening, and the ripple effect from the crimes are horrible. And Miss Morgan that put it on, she was the perfect facilitator. And she helped us understand our actions and how it hurt many people and how we could use it to go forth and help others. And then I would say the positive one would be thank you for a change, Mr. Staley. He taught us how to pause for a second and to think about what we're gonna do in reaction to whatever situation, and to think about it and make a logical answer in our own mind, and to know that whatever we're thinking about is what's gonna play out in our life. And those two classes, and many other classes, the parenting classes, because I've always wanted to be a father. I've always desired to be a father. And knowing that I'm the head of the house, so what I do determines what the family does. And I really hold that high in my heart. And hold myself more responsible, because I was the head. I crossed the line. And I'm sorry.
I see. Yeah, I see. At the time, were you doing drugs?
I was using, I hurt my back, and I was using medicated, opioids, I guess you would say that. I don't remember the name of them, but they were high drugs. Prescription pills from the doctor.
I see. I have no more questions.
Yeah, I'm looking at your past criminal history. And I see that you were arrested 7 times, but 23 charges, and 10 of them were against a person, and you actually have been convicted of 9 felonies. Most of them being simple burglary of an inhabited dwelling, but you got one that stands out: attempted first-degree murder and false imprisonment that you were convicted of. Can you tell me a little bit about that charge? What happened there?
Yes, sir. Me and my little brother, we were young at the time, and we both ran away from our family, from our mom and our dad, being very independent. And we wanted to go live with our dad in Indiana. And we got We stole a truck, got in a high-speed chase and jumped out the truck and fired a gun into the air. And I tell this story a lot because this story has helped me grow up. Because when I was younger, when cops started coming on the TV, my mom used to make us sit down and watch it to steer us away from crime. And the pattern that I seen was every time a gun was fired in the air, a person was able to get away. And I don't know how I made that split-second decision to fire a gun in the air. I don't even know why I had a gun on me, period, other than I was just scared to death, and it gave me some type of comfort. And I jumped out the truck and fired a gun in the air. And we fled the scene, and we thought we were running into an abandoned house, and the house was occupied. We stayed there a while. The occupants prayed with us, fed us, doctored us up, and we left. And we got into another altercation, and I was maced, and my little brother grabbed the gun and fired the gun in the air. And we got away again, and then sometime later we were apprehended.
So the false imprisonment comes in with going into the house that the people were in?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was the point of all the burglaries? You was on drugs then, or just for the fun of?
At that time, I was a runaway juvenile, hanging with the wrong crowd, and we were hotheads. We vandalized, stole anything to get high with.
So tell us why you think with that kind of criminal record, that you would be a good case to release back to the streets. Why would you be a good case now? What's changed inside of you?
I judged myself, I found myself guilty, and I applied myself to learn, to correct, and to grow in maturity and in spirit every day. I've taken a lot of class. I've taken my incarceration serious. I didn't do anything to enjoy myself here. Every day I apply myself some way to understand why I'm here. I didn't have fun. My first incarceration, I had fun. I did everything that I wanted to do. Here, I didn't. I applied myself. I went to classes. I took part in speaking with people, helping people, and to grow. That was the only thing that would help me be more successful. If I took this time and this opportunity of these classes and the people that are around me to grow.
And I see that in the beginning of this instant offense, this current case, you told the police that you didn't have anything to do with any of the victims, that you never touched anybody, never had sex with anybody. Sounds like today you changed that story, correct? You admit?
Yes, sir.
And what was the motivation for that? Why would you do something like that?
I was in a bad state, had a bad mind frame. I was very lonely and depressed. I lost my job. I lost my truck. I lost where I was living. My world was falling apart, and some way I tricked my mind into finding comfort in the foolishness I was in. And it was a very bad decision.
Okay, let me ask, when did you get sentenced?
2016.
2016.
Yes,
And
sir.
what was your sentence?
10 years.
And when is the state of Louisiana going to let you out regardless of our decision today?
Next year.
Next year, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you plead guilty to the crime, or were you found guilty by a jury?
I was found guilty by a jury.
You made them go through the process. You didn't admit it until you got. And you're getting out next year anyway.
Yes, sir.
That's all I got. Mr. Tillis, are you prepared to vote?
Yes. Mr. Jeremy, I see the remorse in you. I'm really happy to know that you're really trying to better yourself and following the warden's advice. Due to the victims and their concern, my vote's going to be to deny. But I do hope you continue to improve yourself so that when you do get out, that you will be a better person.
Thank you.
Parole.
I'm gonna concur with Mr. Tillis for the same reasons. And also the fact that you ranked as a moderate risk on a sex offender static 99, which still is a problem.
Okay, thank you. And I'll concur with my colleagues. I'm sorry to tell you, but that your parole request has been denied today. You're getting out next year anyway. We want to commend you on your attitude, on your classes that you've taken, stepping up and doing all that you need to do. I want to tell you, I believe in second chances and all, but I think you need to spend the rest of your term and your sentence. So anyway, that'll conclude this hearing. The time is 9:26. Thank you.
Thank you.
Turn the volume on, you can also do that. The volume should be good. Click on here. Okay, and it should be good. So we're just waiting.
Good morning, Warden. We're back at your facility there at Raymond Raymond Lord. And the time is 9:37. We've already convened as the Committee on Parole. And you can see from our name tags who we are. None of that has changed or anything. The only person that's changed is Mr. Cornell Bush Jr. Mr. Bush, is that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us what your DOC number is.
It's 419340.
19340. Okay, let me tell you how this thing is going to go. All right, we're going to talk to you in a few minutes and you're going to be able to lead the show. You're going to tell us why you think that you're deserving of being paroled today. And you can tell us anything that you want about how you reformed or not reformed or anything that you want to tell us. It's going to be your floor. And then we're going to go to the wardens and see how you've done at the institution. Then we will move on and we'll talk to a number of people that have signed up. In particular, 3 that will be allowed to speak on your behalf. And then we're going to talk to, looks like 4 that are going to speak in opposition to what your request is. Once we've heard all of that, we're going to turn this thing over. And Mr. Barra is going to lead the interview with you. Explaining the process is probably taking longer than the whole interview is going to be. Okay, but we're going to give you your shot right now to tell us why you think that you are deserving of a parole and shortening your time to serve. Mr. Bush, it's all your show.
Mr. Prater, just if I may, for the record, Deputy Warden Stephen Bordelon has joined from the Raymond Board staff, just for the record.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. All right, go ahead.
Making sure I said that. Okay. Mr. Bush, go ahead. Tell us why you're in jail and what you did and all of that.
I'm in prison because I committed a crime that resulted in the murder of a pregnant woman and another man shot. And it was a heinous crime. I was a willing participant. I was there and I was part of it. I fled the scene. I couldn't. It was bigger than what I expected, but I was a willing participant. And as a result, there are families who do not have a daughter, an unborn child. As a result, another family have to suffer their son or their brother that was shot. And I know that was it would leave an impact on their lives. Today, I'm not that person. I'm a genuine person. I made bad choices. I made horrible choices that resulted in a fatality and the hurt of someone else. Today, I seek to be a person that seeks education and rehabilitation. I take classes whenever they're available. I've taken Experiencing God, and this was one of the classes that began to take me out of the dark that overshadowed me. For so long, I beat myself up about the crime that I committed. And this began to impact my life, teach me that God is always pursuing you. And that helped me to come out of that. Once I come out of that, I kind of leveled up and I began to seek education. I got in Wiley College and I got a degree in business management. I've taken victim impact, and this course, it didn't do what I was expecting, where I was expecting to be condemned and finger pointed at, but it taught me statistics and hearing how people respond to crimes being committed against them. So I developed an empathy, and shortly after my sister, she was pregnant with her first child. She was 8 years old when I first come to prison. And today she's married. She has 2 kids and she's raising a household. But when she came to visit me once in the first pregnancy, it really shook me because I realized what I did, what I was a part of. And when I looked at her, I didn't express it to her or anything. I went along with the visit, but after it was gone, all I could say is, God, have mercy. Look, I know what I did. I can't believe it. And I kept saying to myself, what have I done? Because it reminded me of what I caused. It's a serious matter when you know, any type of violence against anyone resulting in a murder, but this is a pregnant woman, and it was totally wrong and against everything that I believe and stand for. So today I believe I'm worthy of a chance because number one, I've matured. I'm 52 years old. I was 23 when I come to prison. And you know, not saying that age alone matured me, but going through the situations that you go through in prison, if you don't mature, you will go backwards until you grow up. And I've learned to deal with inner things. They call it self-talk and anger management. I did a lot of self-talk. So when I think of the victims of my crime, and I want to say that I'm sorry to I'm sorry to the victims and their families. I want to say that I'm so sorry to them. And you know, another thing they teach you in victim impact is this. When you ask your victim, the victim of your crime, to forgive you, you place an additional burden on them. But to me, saying I'm sorry and asking forgiveness is a twin thing. But I don't want to add a burden, but the desire to ask for that is there. I just want them to know that I am sorry for what I did. I'm sorry for what happened, and I'm sorry for what they've gone through. I know it's been a long struggle for them. I know I've left a scar on their lives, on their families' lives, on their friends, because I know they care for them as well. But and that'd be it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. That was a good interview. Warden, would you tell us exactly what kind of fellow you've been?
Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. Prater. You know, as always, first and foremost, my sympathies, deepest sympathies to the victims and the families, as always. And I hope they understand that, you know, my job is to talk about Mr. Bush and not the crime. So again, you know, as always, my sympathies to the families and the victims. But you know, Cornell has improved. He's done, you know, his disciplinary history is good. He hasn't had a write-up in over 5 years. Before that, it was 5. So he's had one write-up in the last 10 years, basically. Completed a lot of classes. Since his last hearing, he completed, as he spoke quite a bit on, the victim impact program. And I think he learned quite a bit from that. His last hearing, you know, we had long discussions about that because, you know, he downplayed his role in the crime during that hearing. And we spoke after that, and he has learned, and as you can hear from him, he now accepts responsibility. He understands that, you know, you can't downplay your role in those situations. You were there, you were a willing participant. This is just as much your fault as it is any of the other ones. And I believe he understands. I believe he's learned a lot from those classes. He's achieved trustee status, which I'm proud of him for that. He committed a terrible crime, but he's used his time well while being here, and has learned a lot, I believe. So he's been doing well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Warden. I appreciate that. Okay, we'll start out hearing from people that are in favor of this request. We'll start out with Miss Mia Lowy with the first organization, First 72. Mia, are you ready to talk?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, would you go ahead and start us out, please, ma'am? And on all the comments, we're going to try to limit everything to about 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you to the board for giving me the opportunity to speak today in support of Mr. Cornell Bush. My name is Mia Lowy. I'm the Director of Client Services at the First 72 Plus. We are a reentry organization based in New Orleans, and our entire goal and mission is to stop the cycle of incarceration by providing adequate support to those returning home from prison or jail. Mr. Bush sought our organization out. He got in contact with me by writing a letter to our office and was asking for support in his parole board hearings and support once he is eventually released. From my experiences with him, he is very motivated, proactive. He has shown that he can handle responsibility as a trustee and also holds very near and dear to his heart his veteran status. Our organization has secured housing for Mr. Bush once he is released. He will work with our organization to progress with certain milestones or goals that he may set for himself, one of them being employment. So he will work with his assigned case manager to create a resume, connect with job training programs, attend job fairs, and submit job applications with fair chance employers. He has experience in construction and landscaping, which lends itself well to a lot of available jobs in New Orleans. And he's also interested in working offshore, which is a goal that we will work towards with him. He'll work with our economic empowerment team to open a bank account, create a budget, and begin saving to afford an apartment on his own. Our public benefits clinic will assist him with anything he may need regarding documentation or public benefits, so food stamps, Medicaid, same thing with an ID, a birth certificate, a social security card. We will also help him with any of his health goals. So getting him set up with a primary care physician. He has already completed an assessment with the Council on Drug Abuse, also known as CADA. So they have already set him up for once he's released to attend free counseling sessions once he returns home, which will meet both of his mental health and substance abuse needs. We have a couple of social support groups. We have a 9 Steps to Staying Free class, which is a weekly peer mentorship class. It is modeled after a lot of the classes that they take while they're inside. So victim impact, responding versus reacting, things like that. He'll be in our life skills class, which will help him readjust to living in the city, learning rename street names, answering the conviction question during a job interview, setting goals. I've been working with Mr. Bush's family since I believe last September, and I can really sense how much they would love to have him home. He has just an immense amount of familial support, and I believe that the combination of our organization and his family, he will stay on the right path and find a lot of success once released.
Okay.
So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate the work that y'all do and appreciate your lending your support. Okay, just for the record, Mr. Cornell Bush Sr. and Cassandra Bush are with us by Zoom, but they will not be speaking. The next one to speak will be Chantel Barista, if I'm saying that right, or Barista. Chantel, who is the sister. Chantel, are you available now?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, would you tell us what you want to say and limit your remarks, please, ma'am, to 3 minutes or less?
Yes, sir. First off, I just want to say good morning. My name is Chantel. I'm Cornell's sister. I would just like to say thank you for allowing me to speak here today, and I wanted to express my family and I's support for Cornell. I speak with my brother maybe once a week more so, and personally I've watched him speak and learn from programs provided and experience, and the experience and most definitely has helped shape him into and also reflect. And I'm sorry, I'm nervous. What I'm trying to say is basically the programs that he's been doing, I've seen how it has reflected through his life and just the way that he speaks, and become a more responsible person. As his sister, I can attest to the fact that Cornell understands the impact of his past actions, and through the reflection of past conversations we've had, We believe that granting him parole would not only benefit him, but also allow him to give back to the community, as he often speaks about starting various businesses, such as a janitorial business. He continues to take the initiative to educate himself by reading different business books, and it's something I personally see that he's passionate about. And I have no doubt that he will follow through with any goals that he has. Like Miss Mia was saying, working offshore, he's spoken about that a lot as well. But I just see the motivation. And our family is ready to support Cornell upon given the opportunity for release. There are plans in place such as housing arrangements, job opportunities, and community support through our local church. Also, reliable transportation. We are committed to being there for him, helping him navigate any challenges he may face. And I'm confident that he will make the most of a second chance based off his attitude, consistent, positive behavior, and also what he has accomplished during his time. My family and I humbly ask that you please grant him release, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that, Chantel, and thank you for your words, and you sound like a wonderful, supportive sister. We'll hear from Chris Bush now, the brother. Mr. Bush?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, parole board members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I'm speaking on behalf of my brother for his consideration of parole. The request is not to diminish really of any of the profound loss suffered by the victims and their families, but rather really to present personal transformation, rehabilitation, and readiness to re-enter society as a reformed man. I truly believe Cornell deeply regrets his involvement in the tragic events, fully acknowledging his devastation impact of those actions. The loss of a daughter and a mother, and an unborn child, as well as the pain endured by the surviving victim. I think it's something that he carries with him daily now and fully recognizes. Through a lot of years of introspection and counseling and rehabilitation programs, I think he's really sought to truly understand his past mistakes and has dedicated himself to personal growth. He's obviously completed a lot of programs and counseling. His remorse is genuine. He's used his time, I think, wisely, right, to reflect and improve as a person. And I think just, obviously you could see today he has a very strong support system ready to help him reintegrate into society. So as a family, we stand with him, providing stability and guidance to ensure his success, and making sure he's committed to making a positive contribution and really honoring the lives that were impacted by his mistakes. So we fully respect and understand the deep pain and the trauma experienced by the victims' loved ones and everyone involved. We acknowledge that there's psychological, physical, and emotional wounds that may not ever fully heal. And we deeply regret, right, that irreparable harm that was caused, acknowledge their pain and loss. And so we don't seek to diminish that in any kind of way. But at the same time, we do believe in the power of redemption as a way to not erase the past, but a way for Cornell to honor the lives impacted by his actions through meaningful change and positive contribution. So Cornell is not the same person he was 20 plus years ago at the time of his conviction, at the time of the crime. He's taken full responsibility and taken every possible step to rehabilitate himself and make amends for his past actions. And so with that, we humbly ask for his consideration for parole. And I thank you for your time to let me speak.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bush. Thank you for your words. And you also, like your sister, seem to be very supportive and a close family, and we thank you for that. We'll move on to the opposition. First off, we'll hear from three victims, or three relations to the victim. And then we will hear from, finally, we'll wrap up with the St. Bernard Assistant District Attorney Charles Ward will end the opposition. So we'll first hear from Bridget Bartholomew. Bridget, are you available? Okay. Bridget, would you tell us what you want to say? You're still muted, ma'am.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
now.
Good morning. How y'all doing? And wish everybody well. Well, my opinion, I understand he been rehabilitated and everything, but he don't realize we still don't have her. We don't have her. We don't have the baby. Her son is going through trauma from that. It's a hurting feeling to know, just like his family would love to see him, he's still walking. He's still able to do what he have to do. She can't do that no more. This baby had never experienced a foot on earth. I see no reason for him to be able to come back into society and live like nothing never happened. I'm not for him to get out of that. And her son won't be able to speak today, but I could speak on his behalf too, because he's hurting a lot. He don't want him out. And I'm not going to prove for him to be out, more so because of him. He do not want to see him out on this earth. On his behalf, he told me to say good morning to y'all. I keep this brief because no words can explain the pain I suffer because of this man. They did not deserve to see freedom. They are getting more than they should get already. Every day I live life without my mother. Every day she's on my mind. I finally made peace with my life and accepting to make the best of this nightmare they caused me. So I asked the board, do not take away from me. They have already taken enough. He don't want them out. I don't want them out because they did take enough from us. You won't get the freedom to go and live your life, have a family, and here we don't have one. No, I'm not for him to get out there. And I thank y'all for calling me for these meetings. And I never want to see him walk this earth again.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Thank you for your words. And again, we as a board are sorry for your loss also. We'll move on to Joseph Cassiopeia. Joseph, would you talk to us and tell us what your last name is first, sir? I'm sorry I put it.
No worries. Good morning, everybody. My name's Joseph Cassiope. I'm the only surviving eyewitness and victim of a crime spree that resulted in the cruel, premeditated, cold-blooded execution-style murder of my fiancée, Alicia, my about-to-be-born daughter, and the cold-blooded attempt to murder me. I oppose granting parole to Bush. Bush was supposed to be our friend. Instead, he and the two Sweeney brothers plotted to and did rob and kill Alicia in cold blood and attempted to kill me in cold blood as well. Bush was a 23-year-old man. At the time of her murder, Alicia just turned 21 and was 7 months pregnant with our daughter. What is so cold-blooded, callous, and cruel is the manner in which they planned and did carry out these crimes. It was calculated and premeditated. Bush drove from Kenner to my home in Chalmette in his car. He had at least 30 minutes to think about what they were going to do to Alicia and I before they arrived at our home. Bush could have turned around and he could have changed his mind, but he didn't. That night, Alicia and I welcomed Bush into our home for at least 45 minutes. Bush pretended to be our friend, laughing, joking, sitting on the couch with us, watching TV and playing video games. Bush looked at me and Alicia in the face. When Bush looked at Alicia, he obviously saw a 7-month pregnant young woman. During the entire time, Bush presented to be our friend. He knew he had a hidden sawed-off shotgun just outside the door of our home. At the prearranged time, Bush retrieved the shotgun and then stood between us and the door to the outside, which was the only exit and entrance to our house, blocking our escape. Bush held me and Alicia at gunpoint, more than once threatened to kill us if we moved, while the Sweeney brothers searched our house for money and things to steal. I could still hear Alicia begging, "Please don't kill me." When they were finished, we were ordered to put pillows over our faces. I can still see Wilbert shooting Alicia in the head and can still hear the blast as he pulled the trigger. I can still feel and hear being shot in the back and in my leg. I can still feel the glass of the window cutting through my leg as I jumped through the window to save my life. I remember Alicia's blood, her brains, and my blood and the pain. I should have bled to death and would have, except for a good Samaritan. I remember being told that one of the shots barely missed my heart and I was lucky to be alive. I shouldn't be alive, and if Bush and the Sweeney brothers had had their way, I'd be dead too. All three planned to rob and kill us. There was no way any of them were going to let us live. As they were looking at 99 years just with an armed robbery, we knew them. We could identify them. I knew where Bush and Sweeney lived. I knew where they worked. I could and did describe Bush's car, and I have helped Bush get a job in the past. If we lived, they were going to prison. To prevent that, they had to kill us. It doesn't matter which one shot and killed Alicia. They were all in it together, and they were all just as guilty, and Bush should serve every day he was sentenced to. Every day I live with the scars of that day, emotional and physical. I have never married nor fathered another child. Every day I think about what they took from me. We were a family. Alicia and I were raising her son, Jeremiah, and we were looking forward to the birth of our first child. I think of my daughter, who I will never know. I wonder if she would look like her beautiful mother. I wonder if she would still have been kind like her mother. I wonder what college she would have chosen. Bush destroyed all that and more. I can still see the images from that day, Alicia laying in her own blood, the thoughts of our baby girl and daughter never getting a chance to live, and Alicia's son Jeremiah growing up without his mother. To this day, I've never recovered from my physical injuries. Every day I suffer with pain from where the bullet hit and damaged my sciatic nerve. I've had 2 surgeries and will likely need more as scar tissue continues to build up and press against my sciatic nerve. I cannot sit more than a few hours and my foot and leg are numb all the time. I will never be without this pain. While in court, I could still hear and see Bush laughing and smiling with the Sweeney brothers as they faced first-degree murder, armed robbery, feticide, and attempted murder charges, as if nothing ever happened. Throughout the legal process, Bush never showed remorse for the lives he and his criminal partners took, or the damage caused. He forever took away my child and fiancée. He forever took away a mother, Alicia, from her son. Bush is not supposed to be eligible for parole. Myself, my family, and Alicia's family were all told that Bush could not be paroled, that his sentence could only be reduced if he earned good time. Bush agreed to and was sentenced to 40 years without parole. He knew and was told by the judge when he pled guilty, he was not eligible for parole. He knew his sentence could not be reduced except by good time. Bush agreed to spend 40 years in prison, and I intend to hold him to it. I feel that the state of Louisiana has betrayed me when it recently made violent criminals like Bush eligible for parole. That it cares more for the life of a criminal than it does for Alicia's life, my life, that of my daughter, or any other victim. The state of Louisiana has broken the promises it made to me, Alicia, our daughter, and our families. Knowing that Bush would spend almost all of the 40 years in jail helped me emotionally, but that has now been stripped from us as well. Even though the state of Louisiana now says it won't hold Bush to the promises made to me and Jeremiah, this board can hold Bush to the promises. I beg you, don't release him. It's also up to me to remind you of what happened. It's up to me to relive and retell the horrible events of that day, no matter how traumatic it is for me. Bush has already been given more mercy and leniency than he deserves. Parole for him is not justice for me, Alicia, our baby girl, Jeremiah, or our families. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, we'll move on to your dad. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. I would just like to make a very simple plea for the board to deny a parole. Our entire family is, has been changed by the first degree premeditated execution style murder of Alicia, our child, and the attempted first degree murder of my son. We want to thank the St. Bernard Parish District Attorney's Office for their support, and in particular, DA Nicosia. And I think in a previous hearing, DA Nicosia said that in his experience in St. Bernard, this was the most heinous crime ever committed in St. Bernard Parish. Joe's life and the life of our families have been forever changed, and not for the good. Joe suffers constantly with pain, both emotional and physical. He's described the scar tissue and the sciatic nerve and all this other stuff, but emotionally, this has changed him forever. And we beg that you not pardon Mr. Bush. He agreed to 40 years without parole. He was an adult, and as my son said, he's been already shown more leniency than he deserves.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We appreciate those words. And again, let me express our condolences for your loss and what you've suffered. Okay, we'll move on to the Assistant District Attorney, Mr. Charles Ward. Mr. Ward, would you tell us in conclusion of all the opposition, what your statement is?
Good morning, everyone. I can just echo the statements of the family members of the victims and the victim himself. And I'd like to point out that this is an absolutely horrific crime. Maybe one of the worst that I've read about too, just as Mr. Nicosia. And I'd like to remind the parole board that had he been convicted of the crimes for which he had been charged, he would have received probably up to 99 years for the armed robbery, up to a significant amount of time, including possibly, life in prison for the murder, and possibly even the death penalty. So the fact that he was allowed to plead to manslaughter was a unique gift to this defendant. For him now to want to, and by the way, he agreed to 40 years without the benefit of parole. So Mr. Capiopi is absolutely correct about that. He agreed to it, and I think that's what everybody expects him to serve, is the entire 40 years. Thank you.
Great, thank you, sir. We appreciate it and appreciate the work of your office. Okay, now this interview is going to be conducted by Mr. Danny Barra on my right. He's the one that's been assigned this case.
Well, it's been summed up. The case has been summed up pretty well already. I just have a question. How many times did you shoot your shotgun that day?
I didn't shoot it at all.
Never fired it at all?
No, no, sir.
Okay. Well, that was my only question.
Okay,
I have no questions.
I have no question. I think it's time for us to vote. Mr. Barra?
Well, I'm gonna have to vote to deny your parole. I've heard what the victim said. I heard what the DA said. I see that the family was told that you were gonna do 40 years and you agreed to it. And also agree with the fact what the DA said about you had a gift when you got 40 years because this was an obvious first-degree murder during the commission of an armed robbery, which could have got you the death penalty. So 40 years was a gift. And I'm not going to come behind that jury and say you should get anything less. So today, I have to vote to deny.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tillis?
Because of the victims and law enforcement opposition, my vote's to deny.
Okay, I'll concur with those votes. I do want to say we did hear everything that you said as far as having true remorse, having taken all the rehabilitation classes that you could get into and taking all those successfully. I want to tell you that we also heard you got a very supportive family that loves you very much. I know it's hard to take that you're being denied, but that's the vote of the board, and that's what our job is to do, what we think is best in the situation. So I hate to tell you, but your request has been denied. The time is 10:14. I think we're through it. Okay, we'll sign off from Raymond and the board, and thank you very much, Warden, for always accommodating us.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all. Have a good day.
Good morning, Hunt Correctional, and that's where we're going to be speaking to. And we are at headquarters in Baton Rouge, and as you can see our name tags in front of us, my name's Steve Prater, and friends are Danny Barra and Chuck Tillis. The time is 10:22 in the morning, and the date is still, I believe, the 13th. And so we're going to be talking to Mr. William Brown about a particular case. The way this will go, Mr. Brown, in just a minute, I'll give you a chance to tell us why you're in jail and what you've done since you've been there and that sort of thing. And then we will ask the warden there. And if you would, while we're on that part, would the staff please introduce yourselves?
Deputy Warden Stephanie Michelle, Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And while we're in introductions, who else do we have in the room there?
Hi, I'm Christina Harrison, William Brown's sister.
Okay.
Lisa Ford, William Brown's aunt, and
Okay.
Cynthia Brown, William's mother.
Okay, thank you for being there. I understand that you're not going to be participating except just watching. So we appreciate you being there. And so, as I said before, we're going to be beginning by letting you speak and tell us the details of the crime, what you've done to rehabilitate yourself, and anything else that you want to talk about, because today's the show. And we get to hear that. And then we're going to go to hear the opposition. And then in each case, it's assigned to a particular one of the three of us, and this happens to be my case. I'll ask you some questions, then the board will ask other questions. If they have any, then we'll vote. We'll let you know what's going on. So it shouldn't be a lengthy process, but go ahead and kick it off. It's your day, and tell us why you're there and why you think you deserve to get out early.
Yes, sir. How you doing? My name is William Brown. I'm here on an indecent behavior charge, juvenile charge. It was my daughter, between the ages of 1 and 13. I was accused of bathing her in the shower. It was one of the incidences. When she was around 1 year old, my ex-wife handed it to me. Apparently I wasn't covered, so just, exposure on that part. Also, during that period between 1 and 13, they lived with me on and off, my children. She was sick at one point in time, and I put her in a tub to bathe her, and I guess she felt uncomfortable. So she said that she told her mother, and then later on, that she felt uncomfortable, that things had happened to her. She felt, and I guess that was me bathing her, giving her a bath. It wasn't my intention to do that as a father. It was more or less as a caretaker. And that's what I've been charged with, and he's being a juvenile. After my trial, I was in New Orleans for a little while, then I got shipped to Jonesboro, and then from there to Elaine Hunt. And since I've been in Elaine Hunt, I completed all the self-help programs, substance abuse, parenting, church classes. I got my associate degree. I got my bachelor's degree from Ashland University. Became an instructor in different courses. Went to work at the Habitat for Humanity. Held a job in the canteen for several years. Became a trustee, went volunteer work on and off around the compound. And also been a mentor for Fox 6 and for the YAP program when it started for young offenders. So from all that time spent here, I was able to reassess my life as a person. On the street, I had a business, and I was living pretty big, and I wasn't really focused on my life. I was just living kind of wild. And from here, I can honestly say now, I've reassessed everything I've done and able to see how others, the turmoil they were going through, helped me understand my points, my little triggers or things that caused me to cause problems or get into a situation I shouldn't have been in. From that, I was able to help others, and with a mentor with them, sitting down and holding classes, different little group classes, and in order to open up their lives and help them communicate and help me communicate my thoughts, and kind of work together as a group to help rebuild each other to be more successful. I remember my judge had told me that one day I hope I could become a productive member of society again. And so I kind of held that at the heart. So the things I've done here, so I can benefit myself when I get out, I can get a good job again. I can, start my life over to rebuild me. Once I rebuilt over the couple of years, it'll take a little while to get going, I'm sure. So I can become productive and be supportive to the community as a whole.
Okay, all right, we appreciate that statement then. All right, Warden, Assistant Warden, what kind of fellow has he been since he's been there?
Yes, sir. He's been at Hunt since 2014. He only had a total of 3 write-ups. His last write-up was in May of 2020, which he received a reprimand. He has completed many courses, and he is a mentor in our Fox 6 transition program and vet storm.
What is it, Warden? What is his job out there? What does he do?
He's a mentor in the Fox 6 program. You had a history of maintenance, I think, that's all.
Yeah, I worked in with maintenance outside maintenance, and then I've done the canteen and worked in the garment factory. The garment factory is actually here. We used to make jeans at one point. But as a mentor, gentlemen from the compound come in and we help with their drug addictions, help sit there and talk to them, communicate with them, try to overcome their little issues they have. We teach classes on a daily basis. We go through a different curriculum they have of like life skills, communication, substance abuse, different classes throughout the whole 2-year period. And from there, they can either become a mentor themselves, they can actually train to become mentors and move on to other parts of the prison, different programs.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. And there's not going to be anybody speaking in favor of your parole request, but we have a couple of folks that are going to be speaking against. And before I do that, Sarah Lacine is on Zoom, but she's not speaking. Holly Harden is she's also at headquarters here. The first one we'll hear from is Miss Julie Brown. Julie, would you tell us what's on your mind, please?
So I printed out my letter, which I'm sure you've already received.
Yes, ma'am.
I was gonna read from it, but after hearing what he just said, I have some different things to say.
Okay, and we have read, I've read everything, both the prior and this one. And so I'm very up to date on what's going on.
Good, because all that definitely still applies, but,
Okay.
We had a parole hearing in 2019, and in that hearing, he said a lot of things as far as he had received counseling and was sorry for the things he did and was going to try to get out and, not repeat the offenses and that kind of thing. So now what I'm hearing is excuses and victim blaming, and that right there tells me that he doesn't need to be out yet. I work in law enforcement and I see things like this all the time, and these people that truly have something wrong, they don't get the right help, they're not gonna get better. And he's gonna get out and he's gonna do it again. There's no doubt in my mind. And just because he was convicted for one person does not mean that there were not several other victims. And I just, my oldest son, he's not here today because of the anger that he still carries. And, all my kids are in different places with this. My youngest, he's a senior in high school, and he just didn't feel like he needed to come relive this again. But their lives are on a daily basis, even after all this time. We deal with this in some way, shape, and like I said, after hearing what he said, it just proves to me that nothing has changed. Not one thing has.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I assume by you being at the podium that you are Macy Brown.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you tell us what's on your mind, please?
I'm gonna read the letter I wrote, but there are so many things that I wish for in this life, but rebuilding a relationship with William Brown will never be one of those things. For years, I have constantly questioned why someone would do something so cruel to the people that they love the most. And at times, it has even consumed me. I could never understand why the man who was supposed to protect our family the most broke it in ways that have left painful scars. I've spent so much time building on the life that he shattered and learning to navigate the world without living in fear that someone like him will come along and tear me apart piece by piece right when it seems that everything is put back together. William Brown has taught me to overanalyze every man I meet and wonder if they will deceive my family and future children just like William did to his own. He has caused me to live with this unspoken fear that no one would ever understand unless they were dealt the cards my family and I were dealt at such a young age. I have had to learn how to cope with constant embarrassment when people ask about my father, and have had to hide the truth from so many people I love from fear of judgment. The man who should have shown me love and compassion has instead shown me so much anger, confusion, and sadness that has been placed on my heart. There will always be a hole there, but in the years that he has been behind bars, I have learned to navigate those feelings and slowly heal the wounds that he left. I am steadily building a life for myself with the support of my strong mom, aunt, brothers, and many other supporters who have stood by me from the very start. The Bible states it is better for a stone to be thrown around your neck and you thrown into a lake than for you to make even one child stumble. And William has made multiple children stumble and feel pain that they should never feel. There's a final judgment in the Bible that entails all of God's wrath and eternal terror being poured out on men like William. And if he ever truly comes to terms with what he has done, the guilt will be crushing. In my times of healing, I have found comfort in relying on the Lord and his understanding, knowing that the forgiveness that William needs will come from the Lord if he ever chooses to fully understand what it is that he has truly done, and not from myself or my family. William has made me feel like an outcast and has given me so many insecurities that no one could possibly imagine. He was never the father figure I needed in my life, and he never will be. He made me stumble in the years I needed him to be a dad the most. Without him, I have become someone that is strong, independent, and servant-hearted. If William Brown were to get out of jail, I feel as if this would put a sudden hold on the stage of my healing that I so desperately deserve after all that he put me through. I constantly blame myself for the things that he has done, yet that feeling will never, ever go away. The hurt he put my family and I through is beyond okay, and he needs a real punishment that will make him regret every single bad thing he has ever done. Letting him out is like a slap on the wrist. His beliefs are still within him, and I fear if he gets out, new victims will be found. William Brown needs to seek mental health and needs to serve the real amount of time that he was sentenced. My reasoning behind this is that he has left an emotional scar on not only myself, but multiple other young people, and the hurt he has put all of us through is forever unforgivable. Having my whole life ahead of me, I do not want to live in a constant state of fear, especially in this next chapter of my life. Because if he does get out, no matter what happens, it will feel like a scar getting ripped open once again and leave me emotionally helpless like I felt when he would constantly touch me and threaten me, no matter how many times I would cry and say no. Thank you for taking the time to consider my letter.
Thank you both for your comments, and we'll take those to heart. And I'm sorry about your what you've been through. Okay, this case is assigned to me, Mr. Brown. Get you back up there so I can see you. There you go. Mr. Brown, I don't have a lot of questions to ask you, but in your opening statement, when I asked you what got you into prison, tell me in a couple of sentences why you're there. Why are you in prison? What did you do? Not great, but just what did you do?
So I did inappropriate things with my daughter. I bathed her, maybe touched her inappropriately at one point in time. It wasn't intentional, it wasn't anything sexual, but if she felt like that part would happen, that's what happened. I mean, I can't take it back. Did I do anything harmful like that? Correct. Am I remorseful? Yes, sir. I've destroyed her life and my other children's lives, and I wasn't a good husband to my wife. It affected more than just affected them and others surrounding them and my family. You know, I'm just the back and in the back. You know, I got to live with all the things that's happened before.
Okay, I'm not gonna say anything because the more you talk, the madder I get. So I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm ready to vote. Y'all got any questions?
No.
Okay, I agree with what the mom said there. You aren't taking responsibility. You're acting like you're a victim of circumstances or something because you picked somebody up the wrong way out of the bathtub or something. And I don't buy that, and the jury didn't buy that. My vote is to deny until you learn how to take responsibility, and that's it. That's it. That's my vote. Mr. Byron, what you got?
I concur with Mr. Prater for the same reason.
My vote is, because of victim opposition, is to deny.
Okay, sorry to give you bad news, but your parole has been denied today, sir. Time is 10:38, and we're gonna take a short intermission. We'll be back at Hunt in just a few minutes. Okay, good morning. The time is 10:49 p.m. We're back at Hunt Correctional. We appreciate that, Warden, hosting us there. We got the case today for Glen Styles, who has requested parole. Mr. Styles, I'll talk to you about how this is going to proceed. To begin with, I think you can see from our name tag, and you know from the rest of the morning who's speaking to you. But what we'll first do is listen to you, hear what you've got to say about the crime, about what you've done to rehabilitate yourself, and anything else that you'd like to talk about. Then we'll go to the assistant warden, find out what kind of fellow you've been, why you've been incarcerated. Then we'll go to the folks that are in favor of you getting out. Some will be able to speak and some are not going to, but we'll read them at the appropriate time as we go through it. And then we'll go into the opposition, people against you getting out. And then we will have board members. It's assigned, I believe this one today is assigned to Mr. Tillis to my left. He'll ask you questions. We'll ask you questions, then we'll vote. It'll be over before you know it, probably, hopefully quicker than my explanation of it. So anyway, today is your day, Mr. Styles, to try to convince us why you feel like we ought to let you out early. And I think that before we get started, Warden, would you get your staff to introduce themselves again? And I'd like to know who's seated behind you also, Mr. Styles.
Okay, I'm Deputy Warden Michelle from Hunt, Christy LeBlanc classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden, and Mr. Chairman, Mr. Styles is being represented by legal counsel today, who is seated to his right. And we also have a group in here in support, but not speaking.
Okay, and if they would introduce themselves, please, for the record behind.
My name is Takesha Styles, sister.
Okay.
Teresa Styles, mother.
Okay.
Friend.
Quinn Johnson, sister. Patricia Ellison, friend. And Sharon Ellison, friend.
Okay, we appreciate that. I'm glad that y'all are participating in this hearing. And your attorney, would you introduce yourself, please, ma'am?
Good morning, Board. Adrienne Hutchison, attorney for the Louisiana Parole Project, here representing Mr. Glen Styles. I will speak when the board deems it appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Styles, if you would tell us now what brought you to be in prison and what you've done to try to convince us that you've done enough and rehabilitated to be out of prison.
Well, brought me into prison, a poor decision choice that I made. I had two separate crimes. One happened on Friday and one happened on Saturday. One of the crimes that happened on Saturday was me and my co-defendant was riding around, drinking alcohol and smoking marijuana. And we robbed Mr. Gilmore at gunpoint. And Saturday, the same thing, we was drinking alcohol, smoking marijuana, walking through an apartment complex. And we saw a door, but we entered an apartment door and it was Miss Cobb and Mr. Boudez in there. We was intention to rob, but the things got out of hand. And my co-defendant began to sexually assault Miss Cobb while I held Mr. Boudez at gunpoint. A bad situation already turning bad. I gave the gun to my co-defendant. I sexually assaulted Miss Cobb, gave the gun to him. We took a shotgun, a phone. We flee from the door, apartment door. I realized now, looking back at things in hindsight, I acted totally outside of my character. I was totally wrong. I take full accountability for my actions.
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate that. Appreciate your statement. And we'll move on now to, let's hear from Ronald Marshall.
Good morning, board. I appreciate y'all from having me. My name is Ronald Marshall, Policy Director for Voice of the Experience. But I'm not here today in my official job title. I'm here today as a friend of Glen Styles. I was formerly incarcerated in Angola. I arrived in Angola as a kid myself. I grew up in a dormitory with Glen, and it was rough early on. As children in Angola, it's rough making those adjustments mentally, spiritually, emotionally. You go through this process, like you bring into the prison system this way of being that you're accustomed to being all your life. And then your way of being meets this corrective process. And what happened is it causes turbulence because your way of being is adjusting to the corrective process of incarceration. That was my story. That was Glen's story. And I'll never forget, when I started teaching this trauma class, I was to talk to Glen about adverse childhood experiences, early childhood trauma, and brain reactivation, how to reactivate certain parts of the brain. And the reason I taught this class in Angola for many, many years, I taught hundreds and hundreds of men this class because I wanted men to be better. And Glen used to absorb this information. We used to sit in the dormitory and just watch human behavior. We used to see ourselves in other people, and we used to say, man, you know, that used to be me. That used to be me. And Glen used to always say, man, that trauma curriculum is working. And I say, how is it working? He said, because I can see myself in other people. And now that I have this mirror up, I can change my behavior. And I told Glen, I said, man, do not call my phone for any help. And I tell all my friends incarcerated, do not call me for any help unless the trauma piece is working, unless the corrective process of incarceration is working. And you all can attest to this. If you look at a disciplinary record of someone coming before you, you see these frequent increase in disciplinary infractions over a period of time. And then you have these breaks where there are no write-ups. Then the write-ups become less frequent and less frequent. That's the adjustment that we have to go through in prison. Some of us get it sooner than others, and some of us get it later. But Glen got it today. I know he got it today. I've been knowing Glen 28 years. When I say he got it today, he got it today. He has adjusted. He made those adjustments for himself. I'm talking about in his spirit, in his emotional well-being. He made those adjustments. I know, otherwise I would not be here talking on his behalf. And I tell my friends, if you have a write-up every year, do not call my phone. If you have a write-up in your jacket every single year that you've been incarcerated, do not call my phone because the corrective process isn't working. And that's the only reason I'm here today to support Glen, because I know it's working and he deserved a second shot at society. He deserved it. He earned it. It was hard on us as a kid. And I say that, Glen, I'm just asking this board to consider my statement, consider all the hard work Glen put into correcting himself, because he deserves it today. You can't fake 10, 15 years in prison. You can't fake that long. You can fake for a certain amount of time, and then you find yourself being disciplinary again, facing the board, and now you're back in cell block. But for Glen, he's not faking. I know when Glen was messing up because he stayed in and out the cells. I know when he was violating. Today, after 20, 30 years in prison, I know that Glen has figured it out. I know that for a fact. And I just ask you all to just consider what I'm saying about Glen's character and just grant him parole. Give him a shot, even if the parole is conditional. Whatever you all think that he needs to do, make that as a condition of his parole, because he's ready for society. And I know that he'll be a contributing person on this side. He's already a mentor in prison. They need him in this society.
To wrap it up, that's 3 minutes. So I appreciate those words. Very good advice to anybody that's listening. Thank you, sir, for that. Okay. We'll hear now from Leatrice Dupree. Miss Dupree, you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Good morning, board members. Again, my name is Leatrice Dupree, and I'm Glen's aunt. Glen's mother, Teresa Styles, is my sister. I consider Glen my child as well because I helped to raise Glen. He grew up with my daughter in my household, and we celebrated milestones together as a family. I always shared my wisdom with Glen throughout his young life, whether he wanted to hear it or not. You know, and I still do to this very day. In fact, I spoke to him last night, the night before, and the night before that. Glen respects my opinion, and he respects me. I always have his best interest at heart, and he knows that. Glen comes from a good family, hardworking family, honest Christians. We have morals and values, and we do not condone wrongdoing. In fact, I was the one who turned Glen into authorities at the age of 16 when I discovered that he was wanted by police. He and I had a discussion. I put him in my car. I drove him to the police station on Airline Highway in Jefferson Parish. I walked by Glen's side holding his hand 3 days before his December 11th birthday. And I had to walk out without him, which was the most difficult thing I can honestly say I had to do. And however, I knew in my heart that it was the right thing to do. We do not hurt people. I knew that Glen should have known that. So now we, as a family, we had to face the consequences of his actions. And before I left the police station, I assured Glen that we were going to face this together and that I would always be by his side. Fast forward 30 years later, I am still here by his side with an opportunity today to speak before you on his behalf, just as I did at his first parole hearing, his second parole hearing, and now at this hearing. Glen is now 47 years old, and he has a full head of gray hair. I was told to let all of you know how I would support Glen's successful reentry if he was fortunate enough to be released from prison. But the truth is, we, his entire family, have never stopped supporting Glen. Glen's incarceration journey has been our incarceration journey. It feels like we're paying the price as well. We feel empty inside as we do what we can on the outside to continue to support Glen and every day. And for the last 3 decades, I have spoken to Glen frequently, visited him, written him, advised him, called the prison at Angola, and spoke to his superiors to let them know that he had a family who loved and supported him, and we cared about him. I tracked his progress. I asked his wardens and lieutenants of their opinions of him as a prisoner, particularly Warden Vanaria at Angola. He and I spoke very frequently. I wanted to be sure that Glen was doing what he was supposed to do while he was there. And if he was not, then Glen and I would have a talk. I kept a close eye on Glen, as close as I could with the distance between us. And over the years, Glen couldn't wait to call me to share the good news regarding his numerous accomplishments, which are way too far lengthy to mention. I am now confident that Glen is a changed man. I've watched him grow over the decades. He's a poster child for correctional rehabilitation, in my opinion. He is wiser. He understands the consequences of his actions. He has improved morals and values. His mind has matured tremendously. And in addition, he's now set himself up for success instead of failure. And he's proven that throughout his incarceration. And in closing, I'd like to say thank you to each of you for your time. And I respectfully ask you to collectively consider supporting my nephew, Glen Styles, in obtaining his release. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. You sound like a wonderful aunt, and your support of him is admirable, I guess so. And I'm glad you called the prison and talked to the folks there about his attitude and all, and I plan to do that in just a moment. I should have done it right after he spoke, but I'll do that in just a moment. You reminded me, because I want to know how he's been there. So thank you very much for that. We'll move on to our friend, Mr. Myers, who we see frequently. Mr. Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. Yes, sir.
Well, good morning, and thank you for that. We're here to support Mr. Styles today. We supported him at his previous hearings. He was 16 years old when he committed this crime. And as the board knows, children are different. Their ability to reason, their ability to make decisions, to be able to resist peer pressure and coercion is different from an adult. The Glen Styles that you see today is different from the Glen Styles who committed what is undoubtedly a very serious crime or crimes. And so, but look at his accomplishments. Glen has not been deterred. He's not been deterred from his denials. He's not been deterred from the challenges of growing up as a child in prison. And I'm not going to go over those accomplishments. You have it in front of you. They're numerous and they're ongoing. And he's addressed every issue that he's had to address. So we believe in Glen Styles. We believe, like his aunt said, that he is ready. Parole Project is here to give him our support. And as this board knows, our program is highly successful. So we just ask this board to consider all the factors in looking at Glen today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Myers. Appreciate your input. And now let's, before we let Ms. Hutchison wrap it up, as far as the folks in favor, I'd like to hear from the warden. What kind of fella has Mr. Styles been?
Yes, sir. I show that currently he's in electrical maintenance, works maintenance crew, which is all over the compound. He has a history of being a mentor in some of our programming dorms. And he had a total of 42 write-ups since 1996 and hasn't had another write-up since 2015.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, Ms. Hutchinson, is there anything that you'd like to tell us?
Yes, Mr. Prater. However, Mr. Styles didn't get to answer why he should be granted parole. In his initial statement, it kind of went past him. I didn't know if you would like to hear that before I make my closing.
Yes, ma'am, it would be interesting. We'd like to know that. Yes.
Yeah, my apology. I didn't know it was a two-part question, but I realized the harm that I created to the victim lives, Ms. Cobb, Mr. Bodas, and Mr. Gilmore. I had time, the privilege, the opportunity for my two last hearings to hear the pain, the trauma has been caused for my decision-making. I realized the man that I became, I take full responsibility for my actions. Since I've been incarcerated, I have been taking different classes like FUCO, RDAP, cultivating compassion, Kairos, to keep me grounded. It gave me the opportunity to see my behavior in other people. Give me the opportunity to be a leader instead of once follower as a juvenile, is now as a leader. I'm totally remorseful for what I've done. I know that what I've done, it was outside of my character. It took me years to come to take ownership behind my actions because I realized that I really affected and it changed a multitude of a lot of people's lives. And if the board see fit to grant me this opportunity, I know I can be a law-abiding citizen. I want to thank the board for this opportunity. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Styles. I'm glad we came back to you. Ms. Hutchinson?
Thank you, board. So Glenn is here today, eligible for parole because the United States Supreme Court held that juveniles who do not commit or intend to commit homicide could not be sentenced to life without parole. Part of the reasoning was that none of the recognized goals of penal sanctions provided an adequate justification for a life without parole sentence for a non-homicide offense committed by a juvenile. Instead, they must be given a meaningful opportunity for release. Glenn has this parole eligibility because the court said for juveniles that it can't be conclusively determined at the time of sentencing that the juvenile would be a danger to society for the rest of their life. The Supreme Court felt that it was improper to deny a juvenile offender like Glenn a chance over time to demonstrate growth, maturity, and rehabilitation, and not to merely hold them in prison based on the nature of the crime, which for a juvenile and any person, they have no ability to change. So because the Supreme Court has given us this measuring stick or a framework for individuals like Glenn, I'd like to just take a moment to highlight his growth, maturity, and rehabilitation that we've seen over the years. At 16 years old, Glenn was a kid making terrible decisions because he was seeking pure acceptance. So by seeking that acceptance, his behavior may come off as being the ringleader, even though he was the youngest. But what he really was a kid that was once in Catholic school playing basketball, baseball, and football, now trying to prove to neighborhood people that he could be as uncaring and wild as they were. And once he entered prison with a life without parole sentence, his behavior early on kind of looks the same. It's a struggle of a young man trying to prove himself in the wrong ways and adapt into a different situation. But as the court predicted, juveniles have the highest likelihood for change. Children are not stuck in their juvenile traits. I, for one, am nowhere near the person I was at 16 or 26. And I won't push it much further to tell y'all my age, but I'm just not that person. And the reality is Glenn is like most of us. He's pushed and really shown us his capacity for change. But I ask you not to take my word for it. I ask you to review with me together his growth, maturity, and rehabilitation, which was evident at his last write-up. He understood that he had an addiction, and there was a willingness to seek help when he reached out to Warden Vanoy and was placed in a 30-day rehabilitation program in Camp C. That's growth, your actions to reach out and ask for help. Our willingness to understand others' concerns, which were mentioned by the previous board, and taking that into consideration when he planned out his measures for relapse prevention, which includes Glenn currently being on the Vivitrol opioid blocker. And he's attended multiple 30, 90-day substance abuse programs. And when he was in the residential drug abuse program, when he first entered Hunts, he took the program and then remained in the program for, I believe, a year as a mentor. So having continued long-term substance abuse programming. His maturity, growth, and rehabilitation from learning from individuals like Mr. Marshall, who taught him classes and poured positivity and accountability into him, encouraging education and spiritual development. And now Glen is able to teach, right? He's come around to teaching classes like Tupuco, the residential program, values, and this is not new. Glen got his GED in 1999, and he's been in self-help programs since 2001. He understands the trauma that he caused, and he understands the shame associated with it and the apprehension for women who may have to be around him. In so much that in his mental health report, the doctor acknowledged that he was remorseful about his crimes, but he didn't talk much about the rape. Well, I can attest that Glen has a strong desire not to make women that have to be in his presence feel uncomfortable. And having to speak about the crime, even to a medical professional, is done with caution, not in a way to hide anything, but rather in a way to not make her feel uncomfortable around him considering his crime. That approach, with others' feelings in the forefront, is a testament to Glen's growth, maturity, and rehabilitation. He's taken victim awareness, victim impact training, victim accountability letter, and he participated in the National Crime Victims Week, where he again participated in victim awareness and the victim accountability letter training. Lastly, he was willing to educate himself and learn trades and become a man who is employable, can make a living wage and be a taxpayer and not a tax burden. You'll see in his brief, there are certificates from Louisiana Technical College, Baton Rouge Community College, Texas Tech University, and the National Center for Construction and Education, just to name a few. He has a pesticide license, carpentry, electrician, and graphic communication. Glen comes before this board covering everything in growth, maturity, and rehabilitation, extreme remorse and regret for his crimes, and the desire to prove he is worthy of a second chance. The parole plan that you received from the Louisiana Parole Project is tailored to be consistent with a focus in public safety and a success for Glen to complete his sentence on parole. He is planning to be long-term with the Louisiana Parole Project and has 2 job offers in Baton Rouge, one in electrical and a part-time cleaning job. He has no plans to return to Jefferson Parish or any parish his victims live in, and we're amenable to any travel restrictions the board deems necessary. He has a long-term substance abuse and relapse prevention plan with us that includes continued opioid blocking treatment, so he'd remain on Vivitrol, which is much easier for us with having him as a long-term client. And if the board would like to stipulate the frequency of his visits with our social working staff to determine that he's maintaining his shots and his substance abuse, of course, we're amenable to that. He has support of a huge family, former juvenile lifers, and LPP to help enter society. I close by saying, while not perfect and with visible bumps in the road, Glen has proven what the Supreme Court predicted, and that is that he would not be a threat to society for the rest of his life, and he would be able to show growth, maturity, and rehabilitation in light of his crime. For those reasons, the reasons in the brief, those articulated by the warden and Glen supporters, we respectfully ask the board to grant Glen a second chance. He is not the same 16-year-old he was in 1994, and with any conditions this board deems necessary for the support and success of all those involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Appreciate all that information, and we'll move on now to there'll be 3 people speaking in opposition. The final one will be Mr. Randall Meyer. So we'll start with Lisa Barrios. Lisa, would you talk to us, please, ma'am?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, my words aren't well put together, and I've tried to do that so that this wouldn't be as hard as it has been. Basically, I just want Glen to still know that he has affected my life tremendously. He took away years of my life. He's not the only one that lost years. I lost years in many different ways. I have hated myself my whole life. I have hated myself. I have had self-loathing. self-destruction, social anxiety, many failed relationships. And I know that's not all on him. A lot of that is my choice. And it was up to me to do something different with it. And I just wasn't strong enough to always do that. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what your decision's going to be. And I'm not trying to really sway anybody. I just want him to know how profoundly he hurt me. I hope he has changed. I hope everything that everybody said is true. And I just want him to know how bad I've been hurt my entire life from that incident. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, Mr. William Gilmore. Is Mr. Gilmore, is this him? Mr. Gilmore, can you hear me? Mr. Gilmore.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you, and I think it's up as loud as it will go, and we'll see. Okay, yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I'm opposed to his being released because the crime he committed.
Excuse me, just a second. Let me take just a break. Can y'all hear him okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Gilmore.
I'm opposed to any early release of Mr. Styles because I feel like this is the third time I'm attending one of these hearings. And I have to admit, I've heard Ms. Barrios' story a couple of times and it does affect me. I know I was a victim of an armed robbery he committed, and that did bother me to have someone holding a gun to my head and him yelling almost at the top of his lungs, it seemed, to the other guy that killed me several times while I was on my knees in the parking lot where they robbed me. That was bad enough, but I know the crimes that he committed against Ms. Barrios make mine pale. And I don't see, all these times I've attended these hearings, I can't say I've heard any convincing remorse on his part for what he's done, because I mean, what he did cannot be taken back. And I know he's got all these people rallying around and saying what a wonderful person he's become, but I still feel like he has a debt to pay. And it's a shame that he is getting so much support and someone like Ms. Barrios seems to be on her own dealing with this. And everybody's concerned about the criminal and not the victim. I cannot say I'm in favor of his being released anytime in the near future. And I guess at that I have to leave it, but you know, this is like people that are all in favor of him being released. I know this sounds harsh, but I wish you guys could take him home to live with you and your families and see how that goes.
Yes.
All right, that's all I have to say.
Mr. Gilmore, we appreciate you joining us by phone, and we take your comments to heart also, just like the others. Thank you, sir. We'll hear from Mr. Randall Meyer now. Mr. Meyer, would you close it out for us before it turns over to the board?
Yes, sir. Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We remain opposed to Mr. Styles' request for parole. One, there's victim opposition. Two, Dr. Ord's reports from January of 21, and I didn't see any more recent ones than that, are a little bit disturbing. Suggests there's questionable validity because he presented himself in an overly favorable light. And it appeared that Dr. Ord was questioning, his truthfulness of going forward and where he's been and what he's been doing. He was given some drugs to help with opioid abuse, and he quit taking them because he said he didn't need it, and that was concerning to me as well as Dr. Ord. Looking at his disciplinary report, he hadn't had a report since 2015, which is pretty good. But when you look back at some of what the offenses were, we got to remember he's in jail for aggravated rape. In 2004, when he was 27 years old, he had an aggravated sex offense. In 2006, at 29 years old, he had an aggravated sex offense. And in 2014, at 37 years old, he had, again, number 21, aggravated sex offense. We are concerned if he's released, if he's going to be a productive member of society. And I'm not completely clear on this. Back in 23, in our opposition, we noted that he had only taken 3 phases of the sex offender treatment. I don't see another certificate of record showing that he completed the 4th phase. Only 3, and so I'm not certain on that, whether he's completed all of the sex offender treatment or not. So those reasons, we remain strongly opposed to his release.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. Each one of the board members gets a certain number of cases to be the interviewer on, although we're all familiar with them. In this particular one, Mr. Chuck Tillis is the interviewer. So, Mr. Tillis, would you begin by asking the questions?
Good morning. How are you today?
All right, sir.
In your statement and your attorney, you've answered a lot of my questions. And at this time, I don't have any more questions.
Okay, we'll turn it over to Mr. Barrod. Do you have any questions, Mr. Barrod?
No questions.
Okay, I don't have any questions either.
I'd like to move for executive session, please.
Okay, got a motion
Okay.
and a second for executive session. All in favor, say aye. Okay, we'll be going. Okay, yes.
Barra,
Yes.
Tillis.
Yes.
Okay, the time is 11:21. We're going to walk to the back and have an executive session for just a minute. Some facts that we want to talk about, and then we'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll let you know within vote. So, time All right, I need a motion to get out of the executive session.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. And we have a roll call.
Barbara,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Prater.
Yes. The time is 11:26. We're out of executive session. We're prepared to vote. Ms.
Excuse me, may I make a brief statement just to clarify a couple of things before we go into the vote? If I may.
Okay, yes, ma'am, but very briefly.
Oh, yeah, it's three quick things. Glenn has been back on the opioid blocker since 2022. I know there was a period without it, but he has been back on it since 22. At the time in 08, when Glenn took risk management, there wasn't, to our knowledge, a certificate for the 4th phase. I know Hunt tried to contact Angola just to kind of verify it, and we just weren't able to get the information back at the time because he's taken it so far back. But of course, we'd be amenable to him doing the 4th phase as a condition, just because it's not showing up. And regarding, and just to make the record clear, because Glenn's crime is a sex offense, I want to make sure the record is clear that the 21s he received are for no acts of violence or sexual assault against another person. The most recent one was for kissing and hugging his girlfriend at visit. The other 2 rounds were made once while he was in the shower and another time while he was using the restroom. And so he was not fully clothed. But those, I did not want the board to think that these were any kind of crimes of violence against another person. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, I think we're prepared to vote.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Styles, I've gone through your case for about 3 days, and I believe you have been reformed. I believe you have remorse. And I think you've done pretty good at the prison system by trying to change yourself. But my vote's going to have to be denied because of the victims.
Thank you, sir. Then I get some.
That's it. I deny.
Well, I commend you on your prison record and your work while you're in jail. You are doing a good job there, like Mr. Tiller said. But I too have a problem with the sex offense. That was a pretty serious and violent attack. And I have a heart, if it was just armed robberies, it might be a different story, but that takes it to a different level. And for that reason, I vote to deny also.
Okay, and I concur with what the others have said because of victim opposition and the horrendous crime that it was. My vote also is to deny. Sorry, but you're denied today. The time is 11:29. In that hearing, we'll be back to Hunt in just a few minutes. Okay, good morning. Yes, it's still morning. Good morning. I assume you are Mr. Freddy Loston.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay, and we're here at headquarters, and you know who we are. You can see our name tags there. My name's Steve Prater. And we're talking to you from headquarters in Baton Rouge. Of course, you are at Hunt Correctional. We see that, and we've been there for several cases, so I won't cause them to introduce themselves. The time is 11:37 in the morning. Today's date is February the 13th still, and we're continuing with the hearings today. Mr. Loston, you have requested that you be granted parole for something that you did. I want to hear from you first off. We're going to hear what you have to say about the crime, why you're there, what you did, and what you've done to atone for that crime and to make yourself a better person. Then we're going to move on to the warden and hear what the facility has to say about your attitude and what you've been doing since you've been there. Then we will move on and talk to Carrie Myers, who with Parole Project. Then the board will take over from that. So it's your turn, Mr. Loston, to go ahead and tell us exactly what you're doing there, why you're there, and what you've done.
Yeah. Well, I'm on a manslaughter charge, and that's what I'm currently on. And I can see me and Mr. Lewis, the charge I'm on manslaughter. Me and Mr. Lewis, I went to some friend's house, and things got out of control, and that's why he ended up dying. And I give remorseful to the family, to lose his family, because things got out of control, and I feel that he could have went a little further from there. And for me making for parole, I stayed sober for 26 years. And I committed every class that they was NAAA. I did every class that was given to me in Hunt Correctional to better myself. And I thank y'all for giving me the opportunity on the board, on coming on the parole board.
Okay. All right. What kind of fella has he been in prison? Well, we'll get into some more details in a moment because this is my case, and I'll ask you some details about the crime. I want to hear more about that. But Warden, Assistant Warden, what kind of fellow is this?
So, inmate Loston has been at Hunt since 2010. He has had 20 write-ups since his incarceration. Last write-up was 2002. He is a nursing aide, so he works closely with our patients and in the school nurse unit and our clinic on a daily basis. Patient care, does a really good job.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. Before we get into any questioning, I think Mr. Kerry Meyer, would you talk to us again about the Parole Project and what opportunities he has if granted parole?
Yes. Good morning, Kerry Myers, Parole Project here from Freddy Loston. Mr. Loston has, as he stated, taken many classes while he's been incarcerated to work on himself. He's got more than 390 days of CTPRP credits, and we can credit the hard work that he's done. And that is one of the reasons we're here for him, based on you heard from the warden about his disciplinary record. We can talk about his achievements, but that is Freddy Loston today. Again, after 28 years of incarceration, is not this Freddy Loston who went to prison. He's worked very hard. And because of that, Parole Project is going to stand behind Mr. Loston. Should this board grant his parole today, we will provide him transitional housing. We'll provide him all the services that we have. He'll be evaluated by our social workers for any additional needs. He'll have a mentor. a coach, to speak, so to speak, to guide him through the process that he needs to resettle himself, to learn society, how to integrate into society. That includes financial, technology, that includes social norms, and just the basic mentorship that having that coach on a daily basis will provide. We believe Mr. Loston is no threat to public safety. He's mature. He has recognized his activities that led him to prison, and he's worked on the things that led him to prison. And we would ask this board to consider those factors today and grant his parole.
Frank? I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And just for the record, and so that you will know, Mr. Loston, people that are also listening is Connie Loston. And then, of course, you have three people behind you, seated behind you that I see. And would you get them to introduce themselves, please? Would you introduce yourself?
I'm Kimberly Davis, and I'm Freddy, the baby sister.
Okay.
I'm Kimberly Alfred, and I'm the niece.
Okay.
I'm Sarah Loston, Freddie's sister.
Okay. And this case happens to be mine, so I get to start asking the questions, and the board will follow up with anything that they might have to add to that. Mr. Loston, you were convicted by a unanimous jury trial of a manslaughter charge, and then you also sentenced because of being a habitual offender. You got 40 years in jail. And how many years have you served of that 40?
All right, 26.
26 of the 40. Yeah. And this person that you killed, how did you kill them?
He was my best friend. And I found out, I took charge of what happened that night and everything else. My remorse goes out to the family. And
How did you
with a knife?
With a knife?
Yeah, he was stabbed with a knife.
How many times did you stab him?
One time.
One time?
He was stabbed more than once. But I hit him one time.
Right, you stabbed him one time, you say, but somebody else stabbed him another 15 times?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there was some kind of but the jury decided that you were guilty.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've got a very long criminal history. Much of it is not in the NCIC. A lot of it's in St. Mary Parish. How many times have you been arrested for hurting somebody?
I can't recall. It's my second time.
A bunch of times, though, right?
Huh? Yes, sir.
What were y'all fighting over?
We fight over something to drink, sir.
I'm having trouble understanding what you're saying.
If they were fighting over something to drink.
Oh, something to drink. Okay. All right. The sheriff, the attorney general, the DA are all opposed. The victim's sister doesn't appear to be opposed. The victim's daughter appears to be opposed, but no comment. Okay. Who stabbed him? Who stabbed your friend a bunch of times if you just stabbed him once?
Another lady was trying to help me, and that's the one that stabbed him multiple times. So, but I take full responsibility because I had bought him something to drink, and that dude led more into another. So that's where it would cause. You know. I take full part in what happened.
Okay, all right. I don't have any other questions.
I have a question.
Any questions, Laura?
After executive session.
Okay.
I second. I move that we have a executive session.
Ross,
Yeah.
Hillis,
Yes.
Prater.
Yes. Okay, we'll be going into executive session at 11:47. We'll be right back. Okay, we're gonna return to, come out of executive session if we have the votes for it. All in favor of coming out of executive session, we have a roll call?
Tyra?
Yeah.
Jennings?
Yes.
Prater?
Yes. Okay, we're out of executive session. It's 11:54. Mr. Lawson, the fella, I did some more research on my notes and things, and the fella died from one stab wound, it appeared, that you gave, and that's all the stab wound. So we got that straight. But, I think if we're ready to vote, and I've got to vote
I
first.
got a question. I want to ask him a question.
Yes.
So I'm looking at the details and police reports and statements you made and other things like that. It looks like in the beginning, the day of the crime, you told police you stabbed him in the shoulder.
Yeah.
Later on, you said you didn't stab him. It was Nisi Kolar who stabbed him. When she was on her deathbed, she tried to say that to police and they wouldn't listen. So my question for you is, we're talking about one stab wound to the shoulder that killed him. And I want to know if at this point in time today, are you saying that you are the one that gave him that stab wound? Or are you saying that it's the Nisi who gave him the stab wound?
Nisi didn't want to give him stab wound, but I'm saying me because I'm charged with the crime. So I got more part in it than anything. Cause I bought him a drink and let him did what he did, and so I'm more responsible for the whole mix-up.
I'm still not understanding. Did you stab him?
Yeah, I stabbed him in the shoulder. But the knife never went in it. He had two jackets on. He had two trench coats on.
Right.
So, you heard me? And then later on, Nisi Kola, I found out Nisi Kola, the one that stabbed me. So, but I take full responsibility because I brought him to their house, and because I bought him a drink. That's why I've been taking classes in here about that. But I don't want to fall short again.
I don't think I still don't understand what you're trying to say. Are you trying to say that you stabbed him, but it didn't penetrate the coat? And that
it never went in it. The knife never went in it. So, because he had two jackets on. He had a trench coat on, and he had another jacket on behind.
But if that's the case, why did you tell police that you stabbed him?
Yeah, he hit me with the pipe in my face. Yeah, I got a mark in my face. He hit me with a pipe. But I tried to hit him and it never went in it. And the knife dropped. So Nisi Kola must have picked the knife up when we were touching it on the ground and hit him.
All right.
Can I ask a question? You say the other woman stabbed him?
Yeah.
She was out there fighting with you guys?
Yeah.
Or she was out there fighting with you all?
She was trying to help me out fighting against two brothers. But then she was trying to help me because I've been by their house.
Okay, I understand.
Okay. That clears it up.
No.
I'm sorry, Mr. Loston. It's very confusing. Okay, I'm prepared to vote, y'all.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Loston, I've got to throw the first vote because I'm the one who investigated this. The jury found you unanimously guilty of manslaughter. And the DA came back, said because of your terrible, terrible record, including many times hurting people or whatever, that you were a habitual offender. And so your total sentence was 40 years. And you have not served but 20, how many years have you served?
25.
25. you served 25 of the 40 because of the fact that you hadn't served a sufficient percentage of that sentence. My vote is to deny your parole request at this time. Mr. Tillings?
My vote also is to deny.
And I will concur with my colleagues, deny.
Okay, Ms. Lawson, your request has been denied today. The time is 11:59. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hayes. It's 12:13 in the afternoon. I assume you are Melvin Hayes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is your DLC number, Mr. Hayes?
114404.
Okay. And let's see, who is that seated behind you so we'll know? Did you bring some folks with you there?
Boy, no.
Okay,
John Lockett.
okay,
Aaron Hayes.
okay. I just wanted to see who all was in the room
That's
with
Paul.
you.
Melvin Cole.
Okay, and of course, the staff has already identified themselves, and you can see who we are by the fact that that our name tags right from. My name is Steve Prater, and I'll be doing the interviewing with you today. Mr. Hayes, what I want you to do is to, in just a moment, I want you to tell us why you're there, what you did, and give us some facts of what you did, and then what you've done to make yourself a better person since you've been there. Then we'll turn it over to the assistant warden to tell us who, in fact, how you've been out since you've been in the institution. And then we'll hear from Mr. Kerry Meyer, who will tell us about the parole project. And then we'll hear from Kawana Stevens in opposition. And then we will talk to you as a board, and then we'll make our decision. So to begin with, now's your day. You get to talk to us and tell us what you did and what you've done since you've been there to make yourself a better person.
Okay. Well, I just committed a murder while I was under the influence of drugs and alcohol. And I'm sorry about what I did to do it. Oh, and sir,
Tell me how old you was.
I was 41 years old at the time when I committed the crime. And since then, I've been preparing myself to do better in life, taking substance abuse and alcohol anonymous and stuff like that, and different courses to understand the reason why I committed the crime, because I was under the influence of these drugs and things. And I use irrational thinking about the situation I was in at the time. And I see I affect a lot of people, my family, the victim family, Corinthian family, in doing for the crime I committed, that I put misery in both our families.
Okay. What have you done there at the facility to make yourself a better person?
I've been going through different classes on to get the understanding of the alcohol and the drugs, and to rehabilitate myself on, get more education on the effects it have on my life, had it on my life at the time when it happened. And I've been going to school. I'm trying to get my GED high set right now. I've passed 3 of my courses. I need 2 more to finish that there to get the high set. But they diagnosed me with dyslexia, and I'm having a little problem with my math and my language. So they're still working with me with that. And I'm still taking classes on, I'm in a veteran zone right now. I'm still taking class on how to maintain ourselves once I be released. When I go home, that I can be a better person and help other people to understand what drugs and alcohol do in your life.
Okay. All right. Okay, what kind of fellow, I'll ask for somebody from Hunt to tell us, is Warden. Tell us what kind of fellow it's been.
So, Mr. Hayes has been here, at Hunt since, 2008. He was transferred here from Angola for medical procedure. And his last write-up was 2018, which he received a reprimand. He is housed in our vet's dorm, so he's part of that program. And like you said, he's working on his high set bonus goal.
Okay. All right. They talking to us? Someone talking to us? Or?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Let's I think now it's time to hear from Mr. Kerry Myers. Kerry?
Yes, good afternoon. Kerry Myers of the Louisiana Parole Project. We're here in support of Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayes is now 65 years old. He's worked extensively on the addiction issues that have led to his incarceration and his actions. Despite him being dyslexic, he continues to work in school, trying to attain his high set. He has taken multiple programs regarding, he's in the veterans program, as they have mentioned multiple times, and he has taken numerous programs regarding his substance abuse problems. He continues to be in AA, NA. He has been through the personal growth in the veterans program, the change program. He has been through Thinking for a Change. He has continued, been through the behavioral management program. Of those that they mentioned as disciplinary infraction, that was a low court write-up, the only one in 18 years, in the past 18 years. And so as just based on his age in itself, it already shows statistically that he is very, very low risk of recidivism. He continues to work on his sobriety. In the package, you have a letter there from, he's been evaluated by our social worker, who will, and when he gets here, make any recommendations that he needs. He has a support system. Once he completes Parole Project, he has a supportive family. And we would just ask this board to look at Mr. Hayes, the work that he's done over the years, the effort he's put into it, despite the limitations of being dyslexic. And because it's what he wants to do. It's what he is trying to do to recognize the things that led him there, the actions that he took. And so the self-awareness alone is impressive to us. And so we just ask this board to grant his parole today.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Appreciate the work your organization does for the ones that are released onto parole. Okay, we'll move now to opposition. Excuse me. I see one down here, Mr. John Lockett Jr. In support. Is Mr. Lockett there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Did you want to speak today?
Yes, sir, I don't mind speaking it up. First, I just want to say thank you to you guys, just for allowing my uncle to have this opportunity to come before the board. I definitely want to send my condolences to Ms. Kiwana Stevenson. I know there's no words that can express what you're going through, what you've been through. So my condolences to you. On the other side of that, I'm 46 years old. My uncle has been incarcerated over half of my life. Prior to his incarceration, I was in my late teens, and he had been on different substances for most of my upbringing. So I didn't get a chance to know him as a free man. Over the past quarter of a century, I've gotten to know my uncle, the true him, not the man that left the street 25 years ago, not the man who was convicted of the crime that he did. The man that I've gotten to know over the last 25 years is a God-fearing man. He's been very influential in my life. He's been very influential in my children's life. Off of the strength of his background, off of the strength of where he's trying to go with his future. He's encouraged my son to take up criminal justice. We've been looking into just wanting to be a part of the system to make sure that we can help others. Me and my uncle talk all the time about some plans that he has when released, that he want to be able to help others that went through, going through the things that he went through, substance abuse, not operating in the right mental state because of the influences of other drugs or things of that nature. Things that took a lot of control of the early part of my upbringing as well as the early part of his years. I've witnessed him complete multiple programs while being incarcerated. They call it the House of Rehabilitation. A lot of the institutions don't really have rehabilitation systems in play that are effective. For someone to come to prison and get rehabilitation, they have to be willing to put the work in. They have to want to work. They have to want to make the change. I've witnessed my uncle complete multiple programs, and as he mentioned, substance abuse, trauma courses. Like he says, he's working on getting his GED to further his education, and many other programs that he's completed in an effort to better himself and be better prepared upon his release. We've created a very, very powerful support system for him on the outside world. We have a family operated construction company with 2 different positions waiting on him that is compatible and conducive to his limited work ability. And just for him to have an opportunity to continue doing the great work that he's been doing in here as a free man is just something that we're all here in support of.
Right.
It's so much that I want to say, and I know I'm limited on time. However, just wanting him home, wanting him to be active in our lives as well as his children's lives, to be able to have another opportunity to correct some of the wrongs that he's made. He's been doing a great job in here to do so, staying out of trouble, not getting any write-ups. The write-up, as was mentioned in 2018, was a low type of write-up to where, it wasn't nothing made.
Hey, could you wrap it up, Mr. Lockett? Please, sir. Wrap up your remarks, please. We've heard all of that. Appreciate it.
So just wanting him to come home, observing the work that he's put in to better himself, and everybody's just in support of him coming home and setting up a good support system to where when he's released, he won't fall back into some of the old habits or in the old environments where he was when he committed these crimes.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate those remarks. Okay, we'll move down to opposition. Kawana Stevens, would you talk to us, please?
Good afternoon. How y'all doing?
Doing fine, Ms. Stevens.
I am Kiwana Stevens. I am Corinthian Stevens May's eldest daughter. 58. My mama would have been 58. This coming up Tuesday on February 18th. I am 40 years old and I outlived my mama. My mama was 32. Everybody talk about Melvin coming home and everything that he's done, and I'm all for God giving us all grace and mercy. But at the end of the day, we suffer, her children. My mama never got to meet her grandkids, her sisters, her great nieces and nephews. We all suffer and bear that. My mother was killed March 21st. My sister birthday is March 21st, and I had my last child on the 26th, the day I buried my mother. He gets to have all his family, but we don't get to have her. I don't feel like that he's ready to come home. That's just my personal opinion. That's my opinion of my family. And I know that it's whatever decision that you are gonna make. I'm a God-fearing woman, and I know that God have us either way that it go. But you can't give us a back. We can't get my mama back. My mama was still young. We all was little. We'll never get her back.
Okay.
I appreciate his brother and him holding finally having accountability to say that they send that their condolences, but my mama's still not here. So thank you all for listening to me
Yes,
and for
ma'am.
hearing how me and my family feel.
And we're sorry what you went through and what you continue to go through. Just for the record, Sheena Mays is also on Zoom, but wishes not to speak at this particular time. Okay, that's all the people in favor of or in opposition to Mr. Melvin Hayes being released. This case is my particular case. And so, Mr. Hayes, I just want to ask you, tell me about the crime. You stabbed this lady a number of times, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many times? Do you know how many times you stabbed her?
So I understand now it was 21 times.
Okay. And why did you stab her?
At the time when it happened, I was under the influence of drugs and alcohol. And we had time got in an argument and thing, and I snapped. I snapped and didn't realize what I was doing at the time. At the time when I stabbed her, I didn't know I had stabbed her that many times after I got the report on how many times I had stabbed her. But it was because of the alcohol and drugs, but my irrational thinking on what I was doing, I just completely lost it.
Okay. And you are a fourth felony offender, is that correct?
Now, yes, sir.
Okay. So you've been arrested a number of times. So you know what the system's like. You got, how many years did you get? What was your sentence?
For this charge here?
Yes, sir.
65 years, sir.
65 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you have served how many years?
25.
So you served 25 of 65 years. And you're asking us to release you to parole.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Mr. Tim?
No, I don't have any questions.
I do. After the last hearing, they told you to get a GED. Did you get that GED since 2021?
Right now, I'm still in the process of getting it. They diagnosed me with dyslexia. I'm passed 3 of my courses. I need 2 more to pass the language and the math. And just 2 days ago, I took a test on it, and I failed the math by 4 and the language by 6. But by the week before that, I passed both of them in my pre-tests. But when I went to get the real test, I failed it. I don't know if it's because of the dyslexia or what, but I get caught up when I'm trying to take the real test. I understand the work I'm doing, but like I dropped the ball when they get to the big test.
But you have been working on it, you just didn't get it yet.
Yes, I've still been in school.
You've been in class.
What about victim awareness or victim letter writing or any victim class? I don't see any victim related classes on the list. Have you done any of those?
I signed up for it. I'm supposed to get back, got supposed to get to one of them. I went to a meeting where we had on it. They signed my name in, but I had never been called back, and I've just been doing the classes I've been doing since waiting to get into that.
Mr. Byron, this is Assistant Warden Buttress. He did actively enroll in education after his last hearing and has been working towards that GED, as he mentioned. And just confirming that he is backlogged for the victim impact class. We are limited to a certain number of inmates that we can hold in the class due to the nature of the curriculum. But he is, I can confirm that he is backlogged, but, he is diagnosed with dyslexia and is participating, but as you know, he will continue to be enrolled until he can pass those last two courses.
Okay, thank you for that information. That's all the questions I had.
Okay, we don't have any questions. I think we're prepared to vote. I'll be the first one to vote. And since this was my case, Mr. Hayes, I'm glad that you're doing all these things to better yourself, and I want you to be encouraged to keep doing that. But I just can't get over the fact that you stabbed somebody 21 times, you're a fourth felony offender, and you've only served 25 of 65 years. And that bothers me. So at this time, my vote is to deny.
Because of victim opposition and law enforcement, I concur with Mr. Prater. I deny.
And I'm going to concur with both of them for the same reasons. Not enough time, victim opposition, law enforcement opposition.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, I'm sorry to tell you, but your parole request has been denied today. The time is 12:34. That's the end of this hearing. We got one more at Hunt, and we'll be there back in just a minute. Good afternoon, Mr. Sanders. The time is 12:40 in the afternoon. You're still at Hunt Correctional where we are. We're still in Baton Rouge at headquarters as we continue these hearings for today. As I said, the time is 12:40. It's still February the 13th of 2025. You can see from our name tags who we are. I'm Steve Brader, the chairman for today, and we're going to hear what you have to say. We're going to hear what the institution has to say about you. And then we're going to hear for anybody that's in favor of your parole request and then those in opposition to parole request. Then we'll ask you questions and we'll be concluded with this thing. Mr. Sanders, to begin with, and of course, we already know who the staff is. Do you have anybody there?
We have.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt. This is Assistant Warden Buttress. I just wanted to make a note that we have our psychiatrist sitting behind him, Dr. Ashley Fleming, and our Director of Medical and Mental Health Services, Mr. Terry Grady. Mr. Sanders is currently housed in one of our mental health treatment areas.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sanders. Tell me why you are there, what you did, and what you've done to reform yourself so that we could consider a parole.
I'm here for second-degree murder. I killed a late child woman when I was 17 years old. Miss Carol.
Okay, are we gonna be able to continue this
Yes, sir.
hearing? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I didn't really hear a lot of what you said, so as soon as you collect yourself, would you begin again?
Second-degree murder. I killed a late Charles woman named Carol when I was 17 years old. And I'm extremely remorseful for what I did. That's an understatement. I've tried to kill myself several times. That's how bad I felt. I didn't feel like I deserved to live, and I probably didn't. And
you want us to come back to you in just a minute?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. All right.
Have
But
you
what-
taken any classes? What have you done to
I
yourself?
I earned my GED. I quit school in the very first semester in 9th grade, and I earned my GED in Angola back in 1997 at Canada Eagle School, I several certificates from Angola, which ain't on record here at Hunt, and I've taken several anger management programs and 10 days of self-esteem and stuff. And I learned how to think better and stuff like that, keep from getting so angry at myself and stuff. And well, I've earned several certificates here in Angola, and I've taken pre-release program, and I even took a sex offenders class, but I didn't get the whole 100 hours in, but I passed all 4 tests with flying colors. I'm not to brag on myself, you know. I was a sick teenager, extremely sick. I had full intentions of raping that woman. I got into the apartment. And I seen her asleep. I didn't know what to do. And that was it. My first time, you know, and I got something to knock her unconscious. I was scared. She was asleep. And there was an old time heavy porcelain commode top thing. And I got it and I raised it over my head and I had a lot of pent up anger inside of me. And I closed my eyes and I came crashing down. And I hit her. It didn't knock her unconscious. She was already asleep. I was wrong. I was so wrong. I wanted to rape that woman. I was so wrong.
Okay. So you killed her with a commode tank top. Did you keep saying you keep saying you wanted to rape? Did you rape her after you killed her?
No, no, sir. I did not rape that woman. No, sir.
Okay.
I killed her. I did it. I hit her too hard. It did knock her unconscious. She woke up screaming. I didn't know what to do. I panicked. I kept hitting her and hitting her. I killed her.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let Mr. Barra get into any other details that we might have, but okay. Would the warden tell us what kind of fella he's been or tell us about him a little bit?
He is like, Warden Butcher said, he is housed in one of our mental health units, box 1. He does live, and Dr. Fleming can, attest to some, you know, how he's been as far as behavior wise and stuff, because she, sees him on a regular basis. But he lives in one of our, mental health units, box 1. It's an open dorm setting. And his last write-up was 2022 for, he got a reprimand.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, nobody's there to speak in favor, so we'll move on to Mr. Chris Kellogg and followed by Mr. John Kellogg. Are y'all with us? Okay. Mr. Chris, would you start out telling us why you're opposed to this, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What Mr. Sanders don't realize is that we found our mom that next morning. I was 6 years old. We found her naked in the floor because, yes, he did rape her. Found his wallet on the floor. Found his comb laying there. Found the pillow where he had straightened up the room. We ran door to door, beating on the neighbors' doors, trying to get somebody to wake up. They finally both woke up at the same time on the 2 different sides of the house. This guy raped and killed my mom. And then after doing so, left her for us kids to find. We've lived our entire life dealing with the fact of finding our mother laying there naked in the floor, laying there dead, shaking her foot. I still remember I grabbed her right foot and shook her and said, "Mom, Mom, Mom." She didn't wake up. I still remember the first one that came out was the left door. They invited us in. They gave us a Coke. The person at the right door came over and gave us a blanket. The police took us out to eat for the first time in our life. We had never went out to eat. We'd always ate at home. He took our mom. He took my grandma's daughter. He took my kids' grandparents, grandma, away. My kids will never know their grandma. Ever. And you know what? I've sat back and I thought, I wonder how his parents are doing because I'm a dad. And if my kids ever killed somebody, how would I ever live with that knowing I raised that kid? He took our mom from us. He don't ever deserve to be out. He took my aunt's sister away. My aunt didn't know how to ever handle it. And she bore the guilt because she left that night. She went on a date, and he chose that night when she went on a date to kill my mom. She took that guilt with her the entire time. We are left to live with it. My brother and I are left to live with it. To live with finding our mother laying in the floor with no clothes on. To live with our kids never having grandma. You know how hard it is to graduate high school and go, I wonder if my mom would have been proud. To go to college and go, I wonder if she would have been proud. To see my brother get his diploma and wonder, would she have been proud of him? And instead, we got to sit and suffer through it. He don't deserve to be out. My grandma died preparing for the last parole hearing. She was in the middle of preparing for it. We went on the news and everything else, and she fell and hit her head and died. She was so stressed out. My aunt had a heart attack. And they knew all along her heart had kept getting weaker and weaker. She had so much pent up guilt and remorse because she left that day. You didn't just take one person, dude. You took my whole family.
Okay. All right, sir, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you're having to relive this and talk to us. Is that all you got, Mr. Chris? Okay. We'll move on to John Kellogg. Mr. John Kellogg, go ahead and tell us why you're in opposition. You're on mute, sir.
My apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
I'm the youngest son of Carol Kellogg. I am 46 years old. He broke into our house through our bedroom window. He broke into our house 5 days before my birthday. To this day, I can't stand celebrating my birthday because all it does is remind me of that day. When we were finally taken away from that situation, we bounced around house to house to house because none of our family members who took us in knew how to deal with such broken children. We never had a proper upbringing because our world was taken away from us. I didn't have a mother to teach me love and compassion and kindness. All I had were people who taught me how to be hard and have a hard upbringing. I had physical, mental, and emotional abuse at the hands of the people who didn't even want us because we were so broken. But I'll tell you one thing, at 17 years old, I did a whole bunch of stupid stuff. But even at that age, I knew it wasn't right to murder somebody. You cannot make an excuse that there was a rough upbringing or some difficult time happened to justify taking someone's life. It's not right. I have lived with this my entire life, pretty much. I have been lucky in a lot of ways because I got a wonderful wife who stands beside me every day. But I couldn't imagine not having that person with me because I wouldn't be able to handle this. Even now, 40 plus years later, it still hurts. And I'm still broken because of it. I will never get to ask my mom advice, ask my mom what to do in a situation because she was taken from me. I oppose him getting out because not only did he ruin my life, he ruined many, many others besides. That's all I have to say.
Right, sir, well, I'm appreciate you having the strength to come before us, and I'm so sorry. I'll tell you, like I told your brother, I'm so sorry that y'all had to live through this. That's it. Okay, it'll be the board will now ask some questions. Mr. Barra is the lead on this particular case. Mr. Barra, would you go ahead and give us your thoughts, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just give a brief summary of the event that Mr. Sanders did not remember all the details of, obviously. And this is from his statement to the Lake Charles Police Department provided on September 24th, 1983. He told police, "Last night I killed someone. I went to the garage side of the window of the duplex next to the one I lived in and crawled in through the window. I went to the bathroom and took the lid off the toilet tank and then went to the front room where the girl was sleeping in her bed. The two kids were sleeping in the room that I went into first. While the girl was sleeping, I hit her in the head with the tank lid. When I hit her, it did not knock her out. She started screaming and I hit her again several times with the tank lid. While I was hitting her, the lid broke. I hit her around the throat with part of the lid that was broken, and then I choked her with my hands. She was still in bed at the time. After she was dead, I pulled her down to the floor next to the bed where I took her pants off. Then I took my jeans off and raped her. After I raped her, I went back to the bathroom, took my shirt off and cleaned myself up. It was a red shirt. After it was all over, I went out the front door, got on my bike, and acted like I was just getting home. This happened around 3 a.m.
Hey.
Thomas Sanders stated that one of the kids woke up and he had to quiet him down and turn the bathroom light on for him because he was scared. He also stated, I had been drinking 151 rum and coke last night and I killed the girl, but I knew what I was doing. This is a fantasy of mine and I think about raping girls all the time. That was the statement to the Lake Charles Police Department on September 24th, 1983, the day of the murder. Do you have anything to say about that now?
Sir, that must, no, sir.
Yes, that's the only question I have.
I don't have any questions. Okay, I think we're, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And by the way, it was
Chris?
me that woke up.
Okay.
It was me that woke up. He told me he was a friend of my mom's and to go back to bed.
Okay. All right, sir, I think we're prepared to vote. I'm sorry you had to listen to all that, but it was necessary. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Barra, you're the first vote.
Yeah. I vote to oppose the denied parole due to the extreme heinous and violent nature of this crime and murder, the strong opposition from the victim's family, the strong opposition from the sheriff's office, the DA, the chief of police, and the attorney general.
Okay.
I concur with Mr. Boris.
And I concur with Mr. Barra. So your parole has been denied today. The time is 1:01 in the afternoon. I think we're signing out from Hunt. Hunt, thank y'all very much for accommodating us for so long, and Assistant Warden, thank you